Good morning. The crowd has gathered. Our 4-H'ers are in the pens. I believe it's time to show some pigs here at the 2026 Carroll County Fair. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We'd like to take a moment to welcome you here to the Shipley building in the Eddie Harrison Jr. Memorial Arena. This arena was dedicated in memory of Eddie Jr. and Janie Harrison. They are forever missed. We are going to start this show with our 18-year-olds.
Get ready for adventure with the Carroll County 2026 Agritourism Passport. From June through October, explore more than 25 local farms and agricultural events. Eat, play, learn, and support Carroll's agricultural community along the way. Pick up a passport at the Carroll County Visitor Center, or new this year, join the fun digitally through the Let's Rally app. Each stop you visit earns you entries to win exciting prizes. Learn more at carrollgrown.org/agritourism passport 2026.
Pigs back to the pens. We need all 18-year-olds to the backdrop at the end of Class B. We're taking a last-minute discussion on how we're going to run the ring, and we're going to get this show underway. If you are not a parent or an exhibitor, we'd like you to move to the bleacher areas. It is very difficult to get pigs back and forth through crowded aisles. So please, 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 one parent with your exhibitors, move to the bleacher areas so our ringmen can get these pigs to the ring. Thank you all.
Good morning. A really nice way to start off our senior showmanship with our first class of 18-year-olds. I think we've got two young ladies to be our top two out here that just do a little better job in terms of separation and where they keep those pigs at in front of me. Just a good distance away, you know, right at kind of eye level when I'm looking down at those pigs. I think what separates them for me, the young lady with the Chester over there in the middle of the ring, she keeps that pig probably the most fluid of any pig in the drive. That Barra keeps going. He's a little slow. I'd like to see him move a little faster, but I think as far as a consistent pace, I get some good looks of that hog. Really good place to land in this first class of showmanship. The young lady with the Berkshire that's going to be second, I think, again, one that does an excellent job keeping the right distance away from me. I think a really good demeanor in that young lady. I think for me, that pig just stops and goes too often. You know, I want to see her a little more fluid. I like to see that pig's head up a little better, but a really good pair of them at the top of this particular drive to get us started. Young lady with the Hereford coming out next. Like I talked to her in class, she gave me the very best impression right out of the gate. But I think for me, I just lose this pig too often because he's a little stoppy. She's getting his head up a little better as she comes out as we talk her, but a really good top trio there to start off our senior showman. Young lady that comes out next, a really good demeanor. I think for me, again, this pig's keeping his head up a little bit better now, but one, we need to just see a little more elevation, get that pig's head up as she's driving her, and then one that I just need a little more eye contact out of. Young lady that comes out next does a really good job, just a few things with whip placement. And then as we round off our class, the young lady just struggled with that pig over in the corner a little bit, but a really good class of them. Give them all a round of applause for a good start to our day.
Results of Class 1A Senior Showman, age 18. Cassidy Lewis was first, second, Jenna Stamball, third, Riley Dell, fourth, Nora Bechtel, fifth, Sienna Sanat, and sixth, Elizabeth Burns. If you're following along in your program, 4, 6, 3, 1, 5, and 2. Into the ring at this time, we have Class 1B Senior Showman, age 18. Haley Bittinger, Blaine Edwards, Emily Fritz, David Guyman, Liam Hartner, Brooke Owens. Again, at the conclusion of this class, we need all 18-year-old showmen to the backdrop for a photo. That does include Estella and Kylie Medlin. Again, we need all 18-year-old exhibitors at the backdrop at the conclusion of this class. Thank you.
really good pair of them at the top of this second class of 18-year-olds. The young man we're going to land on, I think outside of his gait bouncing back on him, he gave me just the best impression right off the bat. He's kept that gilt moving. She's starting to battle him a little bit, so let's go ahead and get her out of here. But I think a young man that does an exceptional job in terms of staying calm, keeping a good ring presence, and then giving me the views I need of that pig as we continue to drive. Young lady with the blue bear that comes out next, again, one that came out of the gate really, really well. And then one that's just continued to stay calm. Maybe for me, I'd like to see a shot more intensity, and I think the young man's got it in this pair. A really good pair of them at the top of this lineup, a really good place to start in this second class. Young man with the Hereford gives me some excellent views. I think I got more chest views and more different views out of this pig than probably our top two did. I think for me, though, as we're studying this one as the drive goes on, I'm getting those good views, but as we change direction, he's getting too far away from me, and I'm losing track of him. I need to see him a little more consistently in front of me. Young lady with the Berkshire, kind of the same thing, just in an opposite sense. I get some really good views of that Berkshire gilt. I think for me, though, she comes a little too close to me, cuts a little close as she, kind of towards my legs, and I lose vision of that pig as we continue to go. Young lady with the Hereford gilt comes out next, does an excellent job, just battled that gilt coming out of the pen when we got going. And the young man that rounds off our class, I think another young man that's got a really good ring presence to him. I just lose him in the back a little bit when the whole group's out here, but give them all a round of applause, another excellent set of seniors.
Congratulations to Class 1B of our senior showmen. First was awarded to Liam Hartner, second to Emily Fritz, third to David Guyman, fourth to Brooke Owens, fifth to Haley Bittinger, and sixth to Blaine Edwards. At this time, we need all 18-year-olds at the backdrop for their last year picture. Again, all 18-year-olds report to the backdrop. In the ring at this time, we have our Class A, 2A, senior 17-year-old showman, Ryan Bauerlein, Lillian Bertier, Brody Hydorn, Tristan Kaiser, Emma Robertson, and Evan Shoemaker. If everybody could take a quick second to turn their attention to the backdrop. This is for you guys. We stand at the fence to watch and wait. The fence does not hold us up. It keeps us at a distance so that you can have your memories that we have made and learn the life lessons that we have learned. For we are passing on the traditions of showing livestock, the thrill of the win and the pride of doing a job well done. We not only hand you the show stick and hold the halter, we are your biggest supporter, your loudest cheerleaders. May you never forget what the show ring has taught you, and may we never forget standing at the fence. We love you all. Good luck.
It is a big group. I have a lot of paperwork to get together for Friday night. Okay. Yeah. Cassidy Lewis is like, where do I turn my bio for Miss Kelly to announce it? I'm like, usually I put all that together. Now kids are coming to me with what they want.
I mean, you've been waiting here for years.
Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. I love it.
one, can I get your email?
Yeah.
For somebody to send you a senior bio.
Yes, that'd be great because I'm looking at this group going, I can't do this by myself
And
this year.
we literally have like 12. So.
Yes. KLGARVI@yahoo.com. No CK. Yeah.
So just like that.
KLGARVI@yahoo.com. Good.
Okay.
Yep.
Second, Husky Hut is here.
Okay.
They're supposed to be down here, but they're all the way at the top, but they're open, so
Okay.
they want to know if you can make an
Husky Hut
announcement.
at the top of the hill.
Yeah. But they're open. They're at like literally the entrance, basically. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's Emma.
Another really good class as we get into our 17-year-olds, and I think the young lady with the thin belted yield over to my right. I think right as soon as she came in, we knew she was here to win this class. Really good intensity, and then as we continue to drive, I think a pig that could drive for days. She does an excellent job getting that gilt stuck, and I think one that's always in the right position, always where we need to see her. Really good job to land on this particular lineup. And then I think it gets close between second and third. For me, I'll take the young ladies, extra intensity, extra ring presence. I think that gilt's battling her a little bit today. But I think one that does an excellent job, that gilt fights her a little bit. She stays calm. She still gets her shown. Gets her a little close to me at times. But I think a young lady that does an excellent job. Young man with the Berkshire Bear that comes out in third, kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. He stays calm. That Barra continues to drive, doesn't get tired. I just lose him a little bit. He gets a little far away from me at times. One I'd like to see with a little bit more intensity. One I'd like to see come and give me some more looks of that Barra at times. Young man that's going to come out next. Excellent control of this pig. He does an excellent job driving him. I get several views of that Barra coming at me and going away. I need a few more from the side. And then I think I just need a little bit better first impression as he comes out. But a really nice young man to sit there in fourth. Young lady that comes out next, her and I talked about some just some body placement issues that I had. But a really good job getting that pig shown and a really good demeanor with that young lady. And the young man that rounds off our class, again, like I talked to him, just need to see him shut that gate when he first comes out. But all of them do an excellent job. Give them a round of applause for another really good class of showmen.
Results of Senior Showman 2A, age 17. Congratulations, Lillian Bertier. Second to Tristan Kaiser. Third to Evan Shoemaker. Fourth to Brody Hydorn. Fifth to Emma Robertson. And sixth to Ryan Bauerlein. If you're reading down your program, 6, 1, 4, 2, 5, and 3. In the ring at this time, we have Class 2B Senior Showman 6 entering the ring, including Jacob Braun, Elena Enoff, Hunter Huff, Abigail Schindler, Alyssa Spielman, and Wyatt Zilka. We're going to do some advertisement here. For those of you who need more coffee, like your announcer, Husky Hut Coffee is at the top of the hill near the entrance. Again, if you need some coffee to help keep you going here today, Husky Hut is at the top of the hill. Around lunchtime, Foster's Fresh Lemonade will open, as will Avalanche Snow Cones. You have 2 options outside if you forgot something and need it to show for the rest of the week, and that is Fry Show Supplies and Sheepman's Supply, both of which are right outside. So if you forgot the halter, the harness, the whip, whatever you need, they can help you out. And behind us, don't forget Tubby's. Food is great. Peach sundaes are even better. Thank you.
Vicky. Can I tell you how much I appreciate these young ladies getting me set up? They number how many are in this class, which I need. They give me a printout so I can keep track as you're showing so big. You don't know how much I appreciate those small things. It makes such a difference. It makes a huge difference. It's huge difference. I'm much more relaxed and I can do what I need to do. So, I know. I keep expecting the announcement. You know? Which you've done this year. I don't think maybe we tell each other enough. Because one thing did. So I just wanted to make sure somebody heard how much I appreciate you.
Another really good group in our seniors, and I think this top three is really competitive, but I think it sorts its way out pretty easily. The young lady we're going to land on is not the most intense of our top three, but you know, she does the best job of getting us the most views of this pig. She does an excellent job getting that barrow shown. He drives extremely fluid, extremely easy. You can tell he's been worked with a bunch at home. She does a great job. I get every view of that pig. She's calm. That pig is calm. That's an excellent pair of them that I'm excited to see back later on. Young man with the Yorkshire Bear that's going to be second, you know, probably more intensity. I liked him right out of the gate a little bit better. I think for me, we just maybe a little whip happy sometimes. Would like to see him, would like to see that barrow go a little more fluidly, but a really good pair of them at the top there. Young lady with the solid black one that comes out next. Like I talked to her, she does an excellent job showing. She's probably the most intense of the top three. She gets a little bit like I did when I showed pigs. I always wanted to have my fingers on that pig's back. Let's try not to touch the pigs and move up a little higher in that class. Young lady that comes out next, good control of that pig, just floats a little far away from me at times, but a really good job keeping that pig under control. Young man with the Hereford that comes out next, like we talked about, he does a great job getting this one shown. Just needs to be a little more ready to go when we're back in the placing pens. And the young man that rounds off our class, really intense. He keeps great eye contact. I think for me, though, like I talked to him about, just some whip placement issues. Really good class of them. Give them all another big round of applause.
635.
Results of Class 2B 17-year-old showman. First, congratulations, Alyssa Spielman. Second, Wyatt Zilka. Third, Elena Enoff. Fourth, Abigail Schindler. Fifth, Hunter Huff. And sixth, Jacob Braun. If you're reading down your program, 635, scratch 412. Class 2C. 2C is another class of 17-year-old showmen with the following exhibitors: Emma Arbaugh, Aubrey Fair, Jaden Feezer Favorite, Libby Green, Gavin Kidwell, Maggie Rabiati, and Chase Wright. Alumni Showmanship.
I didn't make you cry this morning, did I? They came there like crying last night when I. I couldn't look at you guys. I'm like, I know. I know. And I've watched them like, yeah. But you guys don't come away. You don't go away. You just come back differently. I stood in the ring all those years ago. Ask Miss Julie. She watched me grow up in 4-H. All of us. Yeah. Yep. It is. It is. Kylie, you just start giving back. You just, yep, it's until you have children. I told her, I get so stressed watching them in the, like, pacing. People have to come and get me, like, your kid's getting ready to win, get up here. You'd find me throwing up in the bathroom.
Another good class of seniors. I think this one gets pretty challenging for me. The top two are really close. There's some things I'd like to change with both of them. I think the young man with the Yorkshire gilt kind of comes to the top. I think he gives himself a little bit better turning radius. He keeps that pick going at all times. Has a good calm ring presence about him. I think he's a nice place to land in this class. Young lady with the Duroc bear that's going to come in next. Right off the bat, I thought she was going to be my class winner. As we continue to drive, that bear just needs to go a little more fluidly at times, okay? I need to keep him moving, but you both do an excellent job. Congratulations. Young man that's going to come out in third, he stayed right there with him the whole time. There's just a few too many instances where he gets a little too close to me. I'd like to see him stay a little farther away. Young lady with the Berkshire bear that comes out next. She does a really good job with having a calm ring presence. That bear is just a little slower moving. Would like to see him get his head up, but that might be more the pig's build than her fault, but a really good top four there. Young lady that comes out next, that bear fights her a little bit like he is right now, not always wanting to go where he needs to, but a really another young lady that does an excellent job. Young man that comes out next, like I talked to him about, he's got a really good ring presence. There's just a few too many times I lose him in the crowd. And a young lady with the spotted bear that rounds off our class. Young lady with the spotted bear that rounds off our class. One I just need to see some more ring presence and some more intensity out of. Another really good group of showmen. Give them all a round of applause.
We'd like to recognize the exhibitors from Class 2C, age 17-year-old. Congratulations, Gavin Kidwell, first, Libby Green, second, third was Chase Wright, fourth, Aubrey Fair, fifth, Maggie Rabiati, sixth, Jaden Feeser, favorite, and seventh, Emma Arball. In the ring at this time, we have Class 3, senior showman, age 16. There are 9 exhibitors in this class. Scratch, then Jarrett Edwards, Riley Freeman, Chloe Miller, John Moscow, Caden Reed, Abigail Shields, Isabella Snyder, Jason Trump, and Lexi Zepp.
really good trio at the top end of this class, but the young man's the place we got to go. Right out of the gate, the best intensity, and then as we continue to drive, I never get a bad look at that hog. He's always got him where he needs to be. I think he's a really good, really solid, really easy place to land in this lineup for me. As we get into our next two, I think it gets really close. The young lady has excellent intensity as she continues to drive this pig. I think for me, we just never get as good of a view of that hog, and maybe it's because of a little bit of breed composition, a little heavier headed breed, can't ever kind of get that head quite up where it needs to be, but she does an excellent job. That pig's always where he needs to, or where she needs to be. A really good pair of them there at the top. The young lady that's going to be in third, I think she does a little bit better job of keeping that pig's head up, keeping him driving. I think for me, though, we're just taking too long of loops. I'm losing you at times. A really good trio of them at the top of this class. Young man that comes out in fourth. Another one that does a really good job of keeping that pig where I can see her. I think for me, though, like I talked to him about, it's a little bit of a body placement thing. He's kind of fixed it now, staying tighter to that pig instead of so far away and reaching with the whip. Young lady that comes out next, another one I told her she does an excellent job getting that pig kind of in center and in front of me. I just would like to see a little bit more intensity compared to the top end of them. Young lady with the Berkshire that just came out there just takes a little bit too tight of turns for me to run up with that top trio. Young lady that comes out next, a really good ring presence. I think just kind of got stuck over in a corner for a little bit and then didn't shut her gate when she came out. Young man that comes out next, like I told him, I'd like to see him drive that pig instead of following so much, and kind of the same thing with the young man that rounds off our class, but a really good deep class of them, a bunch of them with some really good ones at the top. Give them a round of applause.
Results of Class 3, Senior Showman, age 16. Congratulations to Caden Reed, first. Isabella Snyder, second. Lexi Zepp, third. John Moscow, fourth. Abigail Shields, fifth. Sixth was awarded to Chloe Miller. Seventh to Riley Freeman. Eighth to Jason Trump. And ninth to Jarrett Edwards. In the ring at this time, we have Class 4A, Senior Showman, age 15, including Macy Cagle, Isabella Corbin, Carson Hale, Quinn Hartner, Lane Miller, Levi Savage, and Caroline Smith, and a write-in of Macy Eves.
another excellent class of them. I think the pair at the top, you can tell when they showed up, they came here to win showmanship today. Both of them right out of the gate gave me an excellent view, excellent intensity. I always say that first 5 seconds is so important when you're showing pigs. But I think the young lady with the Duroc gilt, I think she doesn't have to put a lot of pressure on that one's head to keep it up. And then as she drives, that one just is fluid, does the right turns. I think a really nice place to land. The young man with the solid black bear that comes out next, I think maybe turns are just a notch tighter than our class winner, but it's really splitting hairs. You know, it kind of comes down to impressions. That pair of them is really good. Give them both a big hand. Young lady that comes out next with the big stout blue gilt, I think young lady, you've got a really neat pig. I think for me, we need to lay off of that one's head a little bit at times. It doesn't allow her to go. She needs to drive. I need to see her be just a little bit more fluid and athletic when she's going, and I think it's because we need to lay off of her head a little bit at times. Young lady that comes out next, one that does a really excellent job just in terms of intensity right out of the gate. She gave me a great impression. That bear just needs to get off of the fence. You know, we struggle with that, and that's where she ends up in fourth. Young man that comes out next, I told him that bear could drive for days, really flexible. You can tell he's really been worked with that one at home. I just need a little bit more intensity compared to the top end of this lineup, but a really good group of them there at the top end. Young man that comes out next, he just floats away from me a little too often. I would like to see him come a little closer at times. The young lady that rounds off our class is one that we just need to see that one come to the ring a little bit better. We need a little bit better control of that pig. Oh, and we've got the young man with the blue gilt over here. Another one that's got excellent control. He gives good ring presence. I think one that just needs to bring his body a little closer in at times to just give a little bit better placement in terms of person to pig. But another good class. Give him a big round of applause.
Congratulations to exhibitors in Class 4A. Please let me know if this is not how you did in this class. We had a little confusion. Penning. First, congratulations, Caroline Smith. Second, Lane Miller. Third, Macy Eves. Fourth, Quinn Hartner. Fifth, Macy Cagle. Sixth, Carson Hale. Seventh, Levi Savage. And 8, Isabella Corbin. If you're reading down your program, this is how we have it. 5, 8, 6, 4, scratch. 2, 7, 1. Macy Eves is a write-in at third place. In the ring at this time, we have Class 4B. There should be 8 showmen in this ring. Grace Bertier, Wesley Brown, Ella Fritz, Leah Fritz, Roman Kaiser, Ryan O'Meara, Dominic Peterson and Colt Smith. Attention spectators. It's back. Alumni Showmanship will happen immediately following our showmanship show. Alumni Showmanship. I am looking around the ring and I see more than 20 alumni who have shown pigs. You don't even have to have shown pigs. You can just be a 4-H alumni. $20 buys you in the Alumni Showmanship. Competition has been fierce this week. If you don't feel like doing it, it'll cost you $100 to buy out. $20 buy-in, $100 buy-out. Alumni Showmanship can register right here with Miss Jenny.
And people pay it.
Another good class, some things to sort through, but I think the young man with the belted barrow over there to my left, I think he's the place to land. Really good, calm ring presence about him. One that always keeps that pig in the right spot. Is he the flashiest showman we've seen today? No, but he does a really good job. He gives us the views we need of that pig, and he does it in a really professional manner. Good job, young man. The young man that's going to come in second with the red barrow, I think one that just stays calm. That pig's always driving, always moving. He's getting him turned and getting him placed in the right spots. I think a really nice place to be second. A young lady that's going to come out in third, her and I had a little bit of a conversation about getting just a little bit better control of that pig at times, but she keeps him moving. I just want to see him drive a little straighter, if that makes sense at times. And then there's a few instances where I catch that whip on the back and we want to make sure we're keeping it on the sides or the head. Young lady that comes out next does a really good job, kind of a bear that got tight pretty quick and started to fight her. I want to make sure he's good and ready to go show tomorrow. Young man that comes out next, like we talked about, he and I talked, he needs to turn a little longer instead of making that pig make such an instant and correction. Young lady that comes out next, another one that does a really good job. She kind of just hung out there on the end for a little bit where I couldn't see her. Young man with the solid white one, we pinned him pretty quick to make sure the sore feet on the front of that gilt didn't get any worse today. And then the young man we're going to round off our class with, he does a good job when we get out here, just has to pay a little closer attention when we're back in the holding pen. Good job, good class all the way through. Give him a hand.
Results of Class 4B Senior Showman. Congratulations to Rowan Kaiser first, Colt Smith second, Leah Fritz third, Ella Fritz fourth, Ryan O'Meara fifth, sixth to Grace Bertier, seventh to Wesley Brown, and eighth to Dominic Peterson. If you're reading down your program, 674-31582. In the ring at this time, we have your 14-year-old showman in Class 5A. Exhibitors include Boyd Bechtel, Avery Becker, Callie Bertier, Brenna Chamberlain, Mackenzie Reese, Caroline Schindler, Mason Spielman, and Jensen Wagner.
I have a bone to pick with you.
really good pair of young men at the top of this lineup, and it really does come down to splitting hairs. There's a couple times I catch them both doing things I don't like, but I think the young man with the belted barrel keeps that hog where he's visible more often, okay? I think they both have great ring presence, so I think it kind of comes down to placement of the pig and where I can see him, and I think that's where he separates himself. Really good place to land in this class. Young man with the solid white bear that comes out next. Excellent control, excellent ring presence. Kind of saved himself there when he came out, went back and shut his gate. There's just a few times, young man, you come right at my feet, okay? We need to be out where I can see that pig, kind of envision my eyes out in front of me. I can't see him right at my feet, but a really good pair of them right there at the top. Young lady with the Duroc barrel, a couple times she comes right at my legs as well, just gets a little too close. Or Duroc Guild, I apologize. And then just sometimes she wants to turn that pig a little sharp, let him make a little longer, a little smoother turns. Young lady coming out next, kind of the same thing can be said about her. There's times where I catch her just wanting to turn that pig too hard, too quickly. Good job. Young lady that's going to come out next, another one that does an excellent job, just runs into a really tough class, really good group of them all the way through. Young lady with the Berkshire that comes out next. Again, another one that there's times she shows that pig's really well, then there's times he gets stuck on the gate. Young lady that's going to come out with the Hereford bear. One bear that's kind of fighting her a little bit, but another one that does an excellent job. And a young lady that rounds off our class. She stays calm, has a great attitude, but she's doing more chasing than showing, I think. Give them all a round of applause. Another good group of them.
Results of Senior Showmanship 5A. Congratulations, Boy Bechtel. Second to Mason Spielman. Third to Brenna Chamberlain. Fourth to Mackenzie Reese. Fifth to Avery Becker. Sixth to Callie Bertier. Seventh to Caroline Schindler. And eighth to Jensen Wagner. Into the ring comes our last class, a Senior Showman. These are your 14-year-olds. We have 9 exhibitors, including Andrew Hobbs, Victoria Hopkins, Atlee Hoy, Aubrey Miller, Madison Myers, Charlie Snyder, and Brindle Williams.
What?
On the back is Madison Young and Jack Zilka.
Something. Oh.
another really good class of them, and I think the young lady with the belted barrel out here in the middle, I think she's solidified herself as the class winner for a while out here. You know, excellent job. She has great ring presence. That pig is always where he's supposed to be. He can drive. He's not getting tired, so we know the work's been put in at home. An excellent place to land in our final class of seniors. Young lady that comes out next has really worked her way up with ring presence and intensity and the continuation to get that pig where it needs to go, okay? Her ring presence is very, very good. She does a good job getting that pig drove. There's just a couple times in comparison to our class winner, things aren't as smooth. Turns get a little tighter and a little sharper than they need to be, but a really good pair of them there at the top of the lineup. The young man that comes out in third, I think one that pushed those two young ladies pretty hard. I think there's times he just needs to lay off with his whip a little bit and let that pig go a little more naturally. Same thing with the young lady that comes out next. I want to see her lay off that pig's head a little bit. I know he's a little chubbier headed kind of a barrow, so we need to keep that head up to make his jowl look cleaner, but there's times where it actually makes him stop and get a little choppier. Young lady that comes out next, this pig just continues to be where I can see him. She does a really good job getting him drove. I think there's times we just lose her in the crowd a little bit compared to the top end of that lineup. The young man that comes out next kind of got caught in a corner there for a little bit. Young man that's going to come out again, one that kind of hung out at the back of the crowd, did a good job getting him drove back there, but I couldn't get every view I needed to when he's too far away from me. Young lady with the Duroc coming out next, another one that does a really good job, and the young lady that rounds off our class, one that kind of just started fighting that pig pretty early, but a good lineup of them all the way through. I'm excited to get in to select our champion senior. Congratulations, it's been a great group of showmen so far.
We'd like to congratulate our seniors in Class 5B. First was awarded to Madison Myers. Second to Madison Young. Third to Jack Zilka. Fourth to Atlee Hoy. Fifth to Victoria Hopkins. Sixth to Charlie Snyder. Seventh to Andrew Hobbs. Eighth to Aubrey Miller. Ninth to Brenda Williams. If you're reading down your program, 7, 5, 4, 8, 1, 6, 9, 2, 3. We are now going to be selecting your champion and reserve champion senior swine showman. Your champion senior swine trophy was donated by J.E. Turnbull Plumbing and Heating. Your reserve champion senior showman trophy. My battery's dead. Your reserve trophy was donated by Bounds Accounting, Wilson Bounds. In the ring, we do have our first place exhibitors. From Class 1A, Cassidy Lewis. 1B is being represented by Liam Hartner. 2A by Lillian Bertier. Class 2B, 17-year-olds, Alyssa Spielman. Class 2C, Gavin Kidwell. Class 3A, Caden Reed. Class 4A, Caroline Smith. Class 4B, Rowan Kaiser. Class 5A, 14-year-olds, Boyd Bechtel. And Class 5B, Madison Myers. Alec, can you come here, please? Test, test. Is that okay?
All right, put your hands together for our senior showman. It's been an excellent show already today. You know, I really hope that all of our young folks, our juniors and our intermediates are up here watching this senior showmanship, because there's been an excellent set of kids all day. And that's the only way to get better, is if we come up and we watch the kids that are older than us, and we kind of take some tips from them as they show. You know, they might not give them to us verbally, but as we watch the kids that win the classes and see what they're doing, that's going to kind of maybe lead us in the right direction with where we need to go. There's 4 or 5 of them left out here that are kind of at the top end of the lineup for me. I think it's really close. I think even the guys back in the pen that I went ahead and sorted off, excellent showman. I think this is one of the best senior showmanship drives that I've had at a county fair on the hog side of things. Excellent set of kids. But for me, it's going to come down to, you know, I don't expect these pigs to drive for an hour out here. That's why we keep shutting them down. And I want to make sure they can still show tomorrow, but they got to be able to drive for 5 or 10 minutes, right? So I want to see some endurance, and then I want to see that pig get in the right places every time, get where he needs to be or she needs to be. You know, if we put ourselves in the right position and then we add some intensity and some ring presence on top of it, that elevates us to the top of a showmanship class pretty quickly. I think it's really close between a couple of them in my mind. I'm going to let them fire back up and keep driving here now, and I'll go out and select your champion senior showman. But again, congratulations, and I hope all the kids in the back were up here watching the senior drive, because it was very, very good.
We're bringing back Isabella Snyder. And while we're waiting, I would like to introduce our judge. Matt Marion is from West Terre Haute. He was a member of the livestock judging teams at both Glenn College and Kansas State University. Matt and his family own and operate Coal Creek Diversified, a diversified livestock operation focusing on cattle and sheep production. Matt is also an ag ed teacher at Terre Haute South High School. Put your hands together and welcome him here to Carroll County.
We bring our second back out of that class to our champion, and a young lady that did an excellent job in class. We love her intensity and her ring presence. She fits right in here with the rest of the group. For me, I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your reserve champion, but again, congratulations, and I really commend you guys on an excellent set of senior showmen. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your senior champion showman, Caden Reed from Class 3A, 16-year-olds. And your reserve came from Class 5B, senior showman, age 14, Miss Madison Myers. We are ready to move on to our intermediate showmanship. We're going to start with Class 8A, 13-year-olds. We have 8 showmen, including Kayla Helwig, Juliana Huntington, Colin Robertson, Trenton Sweeney, Turner Ridgely, Andrew Warner, Colby Wetzel, and a write-in of Delaney Smith. Again, we are on intermediate showmen.
a nice trio up here at the top end of our first class of intermediates, and I think it comes down to splitting some hairs on these three. They maybe all have some things I'd like to change. The young lady will land on, I think she's just got the best ring presence. I think she has the best control over this pig. Now, does she get a little farther away from me at times? I'd like to bring her in a little bit, but I think she's got good control over this pig. He drives really well for her. A good place to land in this particular lineup. Young man with the Tamworth barrow out here in the middle. I think he does an excellent job as well, getting that pig where he needs to go. I think maybe just sometimes a little too much whip on the face maybe causes that pig to dip his head down ever so slightly, but a really good top pair at the top of this lineup. Young lady that's going to be third, she did an excellent job for 95%, but there's a couple times I catch her smacking that pig on her butt, smacking her on her back. We need to make sure we're keeping that whip on the sides and up on their head. Young man that comes out next, I talked to him. I think a young man that's got a good demeanor to him. He's calm. I think for me that pig's wanting to stop and start a little too often. Looks like might be a little tender on that front left, but a really good young man to sit there in fourth. Young man that comes out with the spot. Really good intensity, very good right out of the gate. That gilt's just really battling him today. She wants to sit on the gate the whole time. We need to get her off and get her out into the middle of the ring. Young man that comes out next, kind of the same thing. I lose him sometimes as he floats off into the corner. The one coming out next, another one that does an excellent job. I just need to see a little more intensity at times. I need to see that pig go faster. And the young lady that rounds off our class, she does a good job staying calm. Her little Tamworth there wants to run around the ring pretty quick. She's got to chase her at times. But a good class of them to get started in our intermediates. Give them a round of applause.
Results of Class 8A Intermediate Showman, age 13. Congratulations to Delaney Smith. She's a write-in. Second is Colin Robertson. Third, Juliana Huntington. Fourth, Ridgely Turner. Fifth, Andrew Warner. Sixth, Colby Wetzel. Seventh, Trenton Sweeney. And eighth, Michaela Helwig. Reading down your program, 8, 3, 2, 7, 4, 5, 6, and 1. Entering the ring at this time, we have Class 8B, Showman age 13. We have 8 in this class, including the following exhibitors: Lloyd Arbaugh, Kenley Cagle, Austin Corden, Reagan Feezer Favorite, Josh Green, Aubrey O'Meara, Grace Shoemaker, and Levi Woodland. Well, folks, I've got to say I'm severely disappointed. I only have 3 alumni signed up for showmanship. 3. That's worse than the sheep show last night. Are you guys going to tell me you're going to let the sheep show outdo you in alumni showmanship? I can count more than 3 in the ringmen we have in the ring. So, the following have been nominated: Scott Zilka, Madison Foster, and, drumroll please, Rita Becker. And the Lineboro 4-H Club has nominated you, Miss Becker.
To get into our second class of intermediates, the young lady right out of the gate kind of runs away with this class. I think just immediate intensity. That pig always looks good, always where he needs to be, and then always has his head up, is driving well, never gets tired. The young lady does an excellent job. And then I think it starts to get a little closer down the line. Young man with the Hereford barrow that's going to be second, I think he does excellent as well. That pig drives. He keeps him under control. He's got excellent intensity out here. I think for me, maybe just a little too much whip on the head at times, but he's doing a good job keeping that pig's head up. The pig's not getting tired, not fighting him. I think just a personal preference there for me. Young lady that's got the Berkshire barrow that's going to be third. That pig's never out of line, you know, always in the spot he needs to be in, always getting the right view of him. I think for me, the young lady just falls out a little bit in terms of intensity compared to our top 2. Young man that comes out next, kind of the same story. That pig's usually in the place I need to see him, just a little less intensity than what we have at the top end. And then at one point he kind of floated off and got into a corner and I couldn't see him. Young lady that comes out next, the barrow that just wants to stop and start a little bit too much on her. Young man that comes off next just kind of hung out on the gate over there at the beginning of the drive. And then as we round off our class, we had a pig that wanted to run right there. So good job, young lady.
Results of Class 8B. First was awarded to Kinley Cagle, second to Lloyd Arbaugh, third to Grace Shoemaker, fourth to Josh Green, fifth to Aubrey O'Meara, sixth to Levi Woodland, and seventh to Reagan Feeser Favorite. If you're reading down your program, 2-1, scratch, 7, 4, 5, 3, and 6.
another good class of intermediates, and I think the young lady with the Duroc Guild over here to my right, I think immediately we kind of found her as the place to land. She's got really good intensity and ring presence. That gilt could drive for days, and then she just continues to put herself in position to win this particular class. Congratulations. And then I think it starts to get a little closer, but the young lady with the belted gilt kind of elevates for me. That pig's usually in the right spot. Would I like to see her move a little quicker? Yeah. And, I'd like to see it just with a little more intensity at times, but I think ring placement of that pig is always very good, and that's why she's going to be second. Young man that comes in next, again, another one that I usually find him in the places where I want to see him. There's a couple times I lose him in the drive. Maybe those turns get a little tight. Maybe he could use a little more intensity to run up with those girls at the top of the class. But again, congratulations. Another young man that just does a really solid job at the fundamentals. The young man with the blue mask pig that comes out next, again, one that finds himself in the right position a lot of times. I caught him going behind me a couple of times, and I don't have a view of the pig if he's behind me, so that's where he winds up in fourth. Young lady that comes out next does a really good job. We just talked a little bit about whip placement on that pig. Young man with the Hereford that comes out next, and the young man with the Berkshire, kind of the same story with both of them. I want to see them both get a little more aggressive with their whip. There's times where they're doing a really good job, and then they need to turn that pig, and the taps on the face are maybe just a little too tight to get the work done. Young man with the thin belted barrow that comes out next kind of got stuck over in a corner here at the beginning. And a young lady that rounds off our class, right out of the gate, we thought an excellent showman. I think she is a very good showman that just got stuck with a cantankerous pig today. Congratulations.
We'll have the results of Class 9A in just a moment. Entering the ring is 9B. We have Gannon Andrew, Sarah Bowman, Emma Harrison, Eliza Hawkeiser, Jace Turfel, Brooks Warner, and Gavin Zolman. For those of you here visiting the fair today, please be reminded of all the wonderful children's activities we have happening here. They are spread throughout the grounds, so make sure you take the time to wander around, see the animals, and enjoy all the activities we have on the fairgrounds. Results of Class 9A. Congratulations to Addison Fritz, was first. Second was awarded to Isaac Marble. Third to Elizabeth Cooper Smith. Fourth to Haley Becker. Fifth to Bryce Dennis. Sixth to Tuck Stamball. Seventh to Vincent Peterson. And eighth to McKenna Henley. If you're reading down your program, 435. 18276. Again, in the ring at this time, we have Class 9B Intermediate Showmen. We have 7 showmen in the ring for this class.
Another good trio at the top end of this class, but the young man with the Berkshire over to my left, he elevated pretty quickly. I think right out of the gate, we get a really good look, good intensity, and then even though maybe, we'd kind of already decided he was at the top end of the lineup, he continued to drive, continued to have that pig in the right positions, and she just keeps driving for him and keep doing a good job. She's fighting him now that I'm saying that. And I think it gets close for second and third. The young lady with the Duroc Barra that's going to be second, I think I just get more good views of that pig. She floats a little far away from me at times, but I like her intensity, and most of the time she keeps that pig's head up, she keeps him driving and keeps him in the right position. Good place to sit in second. The young man with the Hereford that comes out next, one that has done just a really nice job the whole time he's been out here. Sometimes I catch that pig stopping. Maybe we need to give her a little whip down there in the flank to get her going a little quicker, but a really good pair of them to sit there in second and third. Young man that comes out next, another one that always is in the right position. That pig just has been really calm. You can tell he's walked and worked with this pig a lot at home. There's just times I want to see him with a little more aggressive on that pig's head. We kind of talked about it. I showed him we need to get her head up out of the dirt a little more often to give her a little bit better look. Congratulations. Young lady with the spot gilt that comes out next. Another one we just need to see her become a little more aggressive on that pig's head to get it up so we can get a better look at him. Young lady that comes out next, one that just kind of gets caught over on the gate at times. I need to just get a few better looks of that pig. And then the young man that rounds off our class, we kind of have one with a little more energy, one to sprint out there at the beginning. Just need to see a little more control on that hog. But a really good class. Give them all a round of applause. Congratulations.
In the ring at this time, we have Class 10A, Intermediate Showman, age 11. Exhibitors include Alexis Arbaugh, Cora Guyman, Brayley Lease, Hayden McGrath, Colby McKenzie, Emily O'Meara, Jenna Repass, and Easton Smith. We'd like to congratulate our 11-year-old showman in our last class. Congratulations to Jace Turfel was first, Emma Harrison second, Brooks Warner third, Gavin Zolman fourth, fifth was Eliza Hawkheiser, and sixth was Sarah Bowman. Seventh was Gannon Andrew. If you're reading down your program, 7, Top of the page, 6, 2, 5, 1, 3, 4. Again, we have 11-year-olds in Class 10A in the ring.
Another good class of intermediates, and the young lady with the blue gilt there out in front of me, I think she's the place to land. That gilt just continues to drive. She always has her in the right spot. Her ring position and presence is excellent. I think she's a really nice place at the top of this lineup. The young lady with the Berkshire gilt that's going to be second. You know, one that I get an excellent look at that pig a lot. She keeps his head up. She keeps him going. Maybe one that just has a tendency to drift off, and that was kind of a common theme throughout this class, is we need to get these pigs in front of me more often, okay? And that's kind of where a lot of these separate out, but I think that young lady does a good job of keeping that pig's head up, and even though maybe he gets a little far away sometimes, gives me a pretty good look from him if I look for him. Young man that's going to come out next. Another one that this pig just continues to drive. Just one for me. I think the young man could use a little more intensity at the top of this lineup. One that's a little better eye contact and a little better ring presence, and he probably moves up into second or first. Congratulations. Young lady that comes out next. Another one that right off the bat, I thought this is a really good showman, and she is. I think for me, it's just she's hitting that pig a little far back with her whip, and that's what kind of finds her fourth. Young lady that comes out next. This pig gives her a little bit of a hard time at times. She does a good job keeping his head up, but I think that might slow him down a little bit. So maybe sometimes we let that head level out some, and that lets him drive a little more fluid and out on his own. Young man that comes out next, that gilt just started fighting him at one point, kind of got himself off into a corner where I couldn't see him. And then the two young ladies that round off our class, kind of both of them there at the beginning, need to get out in front of me a little more immediately, okay, because those first impressions are really important. But congratulations to all of them. Give them another big round of applause on a good set of showmen.
We'd like to congratulate our showmen in class 10A. First went to Colby McKenzie, second to Emily O'Meara, third to Easton Smith, fourth to Cora Guyman, fifth to Alexis Arball, sixth to Hayden McGrath, seventh to Braylee Lease, eighth to Jenna Repass. Reading down the program, 5, 4, 7, 6, 1, 2, 8, 3. Now we're ready for Class 10B, Intermediate Showman, age 11, 8 entries, including Kinley Andrew, Corey Black, Meredith Handelman, Weston Huff, Madison Laney, Harper McGrath, Luke Miller, and Mesa Williams.
Another good class of intermediates. I think the young lady with the belted gilt out here in the middle is one of them that just hit me really hard right out of the gate. She continues to get that pig shown well. She's starting to fight her just a little bit, but I think a really good place to land in this particular class. Again, the young man with the Duroc out here in the middle, again, one that came out of the gate really, really well. I think there's times we just need to lay off of that pig's head a little bit and let her drive, because when we jack her head up, it makes her stop and drop in her spine, and we don't get quite as good a look at her, but a really good pair of them at the top of that class. Young lady in third, one that always finds herself in good positions, I think, for me, and maybe it's the pig, but we need to get that pig's head up a little more often just to give me a little bit better look at that pig. Young lady with the really nice Tamworth barrow coming out next. I think one that does an excellent job when she's out in the middle, but then we catch her on the gate, stuck over there too often, but a really good a really good young lady with a really good barrow. Young man that comes out next with the blue belted hog, another one that just tends to get caught in behind me ever so slightly. She drove behind me at one point, and then instead of coming back out in front of me, she had a tendency to go back behind me, but really good demeanor. Young lady that comes out next, pig's just a little too fast today, more of an athlete than a show barrow. And then the young lady that rounds off our class is one that's just got to come and find me a little quicker. She kind of hung off on that end of the ring there at the beginning of the drive. Congratulations. Give all of them a round of applause.
We would like to congratulate our exhibitors in Class 10B. First was awarded to Madison Laney, second to Luke Miller, third to Corey Black, fourth to Harper McGrath, fifth to Kinley Andrew, sixth to Mesa Williams, and seventh to Meredith Handelman. If you're reading down your program, 537, scratch, 1426. In the ring at this time, we have Class 10C, intermediate showman, age 11. We have Lucy Flynn, Graham Hester, Audrey Hockheiser, Wesley Miller, Kinsley Shaver, Raylan Stamball, Mackenzie Weaver, and Ava Brown. First and second place intermediate. We're going to be selecting champion and reserve champion intermediate showmen at the conclusion of this class. Please get your pigs ready and be at your pen. All right, showmen, alumni showmen, still looking pretty sad here. We have Scott Zilka, Rita Becker, Madison Foster, Jill Harrison, Evan Fair, and Ben Fair.
Another competitive trio here in our intermediate division, and the young man, though, I think just ring placement of that pig is kind of where he elevates. You know, that pig's never too close to me as he's driving that pig towards me, and then he sees he's getting too close, and then he turns him so I get a profile view of that pig, and I think that's very, very good ring placement and control of that barrow. He does an excellent job. The young lady with the Duroc gilt that's going to be second, you know, one that does an excellent job. She closely resembles the type of showman that our class winner is. I think for me, there's just a few times where she drives that gilt too far past me, and we need to keep her in my vision a little more often, but a really good pair up at the top of the lineup. The young lady over here that's going to be third with the crossbred gilt, another one that does an excellent job for 90% of the time, and then she'll loop around and get too close to me, get underneath my feet, and I can't get a good view of that gilt there at that point in time. Young lady with the Duroc coming out next, one that's done excellent the whole time. That gilt has a tendency to stop on her, and to get her going, she kind of wants to hit her back there in her butt or her ham, and needs to concentrate that whip placement a little more on the sides of the pig. Young lady coming out next, one that does an excellent job getting this barrow shown. His head's always up. He drives fluently. There's just time where she kind of floats off out to the edges of the ring and I can't always find her. Same story with the young man that comes in next. He gets behind me a little too often. And as we move on down the line, the two young ladies that round off our class, I think as a common piece of advice for our final four, I think just need to get those pigs out in front of me a little more often and a little earlier in the drive where I can see them. But again, congratulations, a good set of intermediate showmen all the way through.
Congratulations to Class 10C of our intermediate showmen. First was awarded to Graham Hester, second to Lucy Flynn, third to Mackenzie Weaver, fourth to Raylan Stanball, fifth to Kinsley Shaver, sixth to Wesley Miller, and seventh to Audrey Hockheiser. Seventh to Ava Brown, eighth to Audrey Hockheiser. If you're reading down your program, 218, scratch 65431. At this time, we're going to select your champion and reserve champion intermediate showman. Your trophy for the champion is being donated by Corey View Acres, Fred and Denise Ziegler. Your reserve champion trophy is being donated by North Carroll Veterinary Service, Dr. K. Wagner. In the ring at this time, from your intermediate, Class 8A, is Delaney Smith. Representing Class 8B, 13-year-olds, Kinley Cagle. 12-year-olds, Class 9A, is Addison Fritz. Intermediates, class is Jace Turfel. Colby McKenzie is representing the next class. And in Class 10A was Lainey Miller. And from our last class was Graham Hester.
Put your hands together for our intermediate showman. Again, I hope a lot of our juniors were up here watching our intermediate drive, and you know, maybe even some seniors watching our intermediates as well, because you know, you can always learn something from somebody else. You know, age is really irrelevant when it comes to learning. You know, we can always learn from somebody older than us or somebody younger even, and how they do things. Maybe they just figure out a little bit more efficient way to do it than what we've already thought of. But anyways, for me, I think there's several very good showmen out here. I've got it narrowed down to these top three. I think they just have kind of a difference in terms of ring presence and the way they handle themselves, and then the way these pigs drive and the position they get them into. But there's one of them out here that I have still yet to see a bad look of their pig. That pig just floats into the right position. You can tell there's been a ton of work put in at home, you know, and then on top of being able to drive and always keeping that pig kept in the right place, you know, our presentation of that pig, skin and hair and freshness, is excellent. So we can tell there's been a lot of background work at home, and it's no surprise that this young person just continues to outpace the competition in terms of where this pig's located in the ring, how easy it is to get them there, and then their ability to stay calm and present in the ring at the same time. Young lady with the bluegill to be our champion.
We'd like to congratulate Colby McKenzie. She's just been named your intermediate showman. We're looking for Emily O'Meara to return to the ring.
We drop our second place in, and she fits in right in with the rest of our showmen. Cool, calm, collected, and always had that Berkshire barrow in a place where we could see him, and did the best job of the rest of that class and getting their pig shown. But for me, it still comes down to the pair we've got over to my right. I think it's really, really close. I'll go shake the hand of your reserve champion. Again, I want to congratulate all of our intermediate showmen for doing an excellent job. You can tell there's been a lot of hours put in at home. And I'm excited to get into the juniors and then even evaluate the Market Pig Show tomorrow. I think it'll be really fun. Again, congratulations, and put your hands together for all of our intermediate exhibitors.
Again, we'd like to congratulate Colby McKenzie for being named your champion intermediate showman, and for Jace Turfel for being named your reserve champion intermediate showman. That does conclude our intermediate division at this time. We are moving into our junior division with class 13A. I have 7 entries in this class. We have Bryce Dell, Benjamin Fink, Chase Lease, Colby McGee, Amelia Nevius, Madison Story, and Riley Coles is a write-in. Again, 7 showmen. We have two new additions to our alumni pig showmanship, and that is Ralph Stamball and Ben Rashi. I was just thinking that there's a weaver or two standing on the side next to the backdrop, and I don't believe the weavers have made the list onto alumni showmanship, as Chris is ignoring me, but there are some people over there who might need to maybe nominate them.
Really a fun way to start off our junior division. I think we've got some really good young showmen at the top of this lineup, but the young lady with the Berkshire gilt, I think she's the place to land. That pig's head's always up, that gilt continues to drive, and then she keeps her in the right position, you know, right away from me where I can see her, and then she gives me some different views of that pig. She does an excellent job out here in our first class of juniors. The young man with the red-hipped barrow down there in the corner, you know, one that he does an excellent job positioning that pig and having great eye contact. I think for me, I'd like to see that pig's head up a little more often to just give him a little bit better look, but a really good pair of them at the top of our first class of juniors. The young man with the belted barrow over to my left, I think a pig that's just starting to wear down on him a little bit. He's done a really good job staying cool and keeping that pig driving, but I think he's just getting a little tight and worn out now. Really good trio at the top end of the lineup. Young lady with the Poland or spot barrow that comes out next, you know, she does a really good job. There's just some times where she gets stuck over on this gate, and we need to speed that barrow up in terms of pace a little bit. The young man that comes out next, one that the pig runs on him a couple times, and I think what elevates him over the other two boys that we'll round off with is his ability to stay extremely calm and get back to work. Young man's Hereford. Young man's Hereford's a pretty fast sprinter out here. That's what gets him down a little further in the class today. And as we round off the class, we just have a hard time getting a good view of the Berkshire barrow. Young man maybe needs to be a little more aggressive with the whip at times, but give him a good round of applause. Another really good set of kids.
Congratulations to our juniors in Class 13A. Riley Coles was first. Second was Colby McGee. Third, Benjamin Fink. Fourth, Amelia Nevius. Fifth, Bryce Dell. 6th, Madden Story. And 7th, Chase Lease. If you're reading down your program, 5, 3, 7, 2, 4, 6, and 1. In the class now, we have 13B, Junior Showman, age 10, with the following 6 exhibitors: Chase Green, Boone Harrison, Ryan Nelson, Cade Stanball, Jenna Stockman, and Cabry Turner.
I know our class winner got stuck over there in the corner, but it's probably because I stood around out here too long trying to get everybody placed. But the young man with the Hereford, you know, I think he was my class winner from the first minute or so, and then I just stood out here too long and made him drive forever. You know, that young man does an excellent job getting that pig where he needs to be, keeps his head up, and then it's just unfortunate, you know, he kind of gets stuck down there and the pig gets tired at the end, but that's on me for taking too long. I think it gets really close between second or third, and that's where I was trying to make up my mind. I think the young lady just keeps that pig driving a little bit longer. I think she keeps that pig more fluid. You know, we don't have as much stop and start and go with that pig, but it's really tight. The young man, when that pig's going, he does excellent. But I think there's times we just get that pig to stop, it makes him drop his head, and then we have to get him going again. But a really tight pair there in second and third. Young lady with the Berkshire that comes out next, another one that's doing a really good job. I think there's times we just need to see a little more control over that pig, and we need to watch hitting that pig on the butt so often. Young man that comes out next, kind of the same story. I love his intensity like I talked to him about, love his eye contact. We just got to get that pig a little more under control, you know, a little more control on that pig's head. And the young man that rounds off our class, we just kind of lost him there at the beginning. We need to find him, get him off the gate a little more often, but a really good class of them all the way through. Congratulations to these junior showmen.
We would like to congratulate all our exhibitors in Class 13B. Results are, congratulations, Chase Green, first, Cabry Turner, second, Boone Harrison, third, Gemma Stockman, fourth, Cade Stamball, fifth, and Ryan Nelson, sixth. If you're reading down your program, 1, 3, 6, 5, 4, at the top of page 11 is 2. Entering the ring at this time, we have juniors in Class 13C. Again, these are 10-year-olds with Lainey Bernardi, Anna Coppersmith, Evelyn Farver, Blakely Fleckner, Cadence Hoy, Marshall Mongold, and Jessica Repass. Added to our list, really added to the list, Kelly Garvick, Aaron Mongold, Jeff Farver, Brian Rashi, and Bella Moscow. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed Jared Burl because I was still stuck on me.
You know, this top pair really elevated themselves immediately when they came out, just with their ring presence and their ability to drive these pigs, continue to drive them, and kind of after we've already decided they're going to be the top two, they continue to do a good job throughout. I think it's splitting hairs between them. I think the young man maybe keeps that pig's head up a little longer. I think that pig drives a little longer with his head up more often. And then the young lady, I think, has a little bit better transitions whenever she's changing direction. I think it's really close. For me, I think I get more good views of the young man's barrow today, but a really good pair of them at the top of this drive. Young lady that's going to be in third, I love her intensity, and I would like to preface this class by saying the ring presence in this class has been as good as any all the way through. I think that there's really good showmen all the way down this lineup. But the young lady, she just kind of finds herself a little far out sometimes compared to our top two. But I love her intensity and I love her ring presence. And I think she'll only continue to get better as a showman as she gets older. Same can be said about the young lady in fourth. Early on when she came out, I said I love this young lady's intensity. I love her ring presence. That pig just starts to fight her there about halfway through, gets stuck on the gate, and winds up in fourth. Young man does an excellent job just kind of keeping this pig going. I'd like to see him move a little faster, maybe a little tender on those front feet, but I'd like to see him move a little quicker. I'd like a little bit more intensity out of the young man. Young lady that comes out next, I just lose her a little bit in the group sometimes, and the young lady that rounds off our class again. I think excellent intensity and ring presence. Just one that got on the gate pretty early. Again, I want to commend that whole class. Great eye contact, great ring presence all the way through. Give them a hand.
We would like to congratulate our Class 13C junior showman, age 10. First was awarded to Laney Bernardi. Second to Cadence Hoy. Third to Evelyn Farver. Fourth to Anna Coppersmith. Fifth to Marshall Mongold. Sixth to Blakely Flankner. Seventh to Jessica Repass. If you're reading down your program, 1, 4, 3, 6, 2, 5, and 7. In the ring at this time, we have the following exhibitors in Class 14A of your 9-year-old showmen: Levi Lewis, Robert Rashi, Chandler Story, Cash Turfel, Brooks Turner, Maddox Woodland, and Connor Zolman.
really a tough class as we continue to evaluate these juniors. I think these three young men on the top are really close. I think they've all got some things I'd like to change about them. But the young man up here that's going to go ahead and win, I think he's got the best ring presence and the best intensity about him. And then I think he keeps that pig the most fluid and driving the most often of these top three. The young man that's going to be second closely follows him. He just doesn't quite have the same ring presence as our class winner. Doesn't maintain the same level of eye contact that I like to see out of our showman. The young man with the Duroc, it's going to be third. You know, when that pig goes, I think he could win this particular lineup, but then I think we get on that pig's head a little too often, stops and starts, you know, and I'd like to see maybe just a little bit better eye contact to know where I'm at all times in the ring as well. The young man that's going to come out in fourth right out of the gate, you know, really good intensity. He does a great job getting this white gilt shown. I think for me, sometimes he has a tendency to drift in between the pig and I, and that kind of blocks my view of the pig. And then at times the gilt's starting to fight him a little bit. Young lady that comes out next, she's one that does an excellent job keeping that pig moving, just tends to find herself on the edges of the ring too often. The young man that comes out next, that pig just needs to get up and go a little faster, and the same can be said for the young man with the red gilt that rounds off our class. We just need to see those pigs more often. We need to catch them in the middle of the ring. We need to hold a little more authority with our whip. But again, congratulations, another really good class of junior showmen.
Results of Class 14A is as follows. Congratulations, Connor Zolman first. Second was awarded to Maddox Woodland. Third to Cash Turfel. Fourth to Levi Lewis. Fifth to Chandler Story. Sixth to Robert Rashi. And seventh to Brooks Turner. If you're following along in your program, 4, 6, 5, 3, 7, 2, and 1. In the ring at this time is 9-year-olds in Class 14B. You have Delilah Barber, Quinn Fogel, Alex Miller, Taylor Smith, Reed Stamball, and Charles Weaver. Attention in the pig holding area and aisles. First of all, there should be no strollers. Please remove all strollers from the pig area. It is not safe. Please remove your strollers. Second of all, you should have one parent and one showman. One parent and one showman. Everyone else, please make your way to the bleacher area. We are trying to get pigs moved back and forth. We need to keep the aisles clear.
Another class of really good showmen that I think have a lot of good years ahead of them. I think our top two just do the best job of placement with their pigs. I think they have the best control over the pigs, and then they're always where I can see them. Now, I think it's splitting hairs between them. I think that the young man maybe gets a little too close to me sometimes. The young lady maybe gets a little too far away, and so I think that what splits them is that the young man's whip control and placement is just a little bit better. The young lady that's going to come in second, you know, right there, I don't want to see you smacking that pig on the butt with your whip. Okay, let's keep it up on their sides. But I think it's really close. I think you probably keep that pig moving faster than the young man ahead of you. But I think a good pair at the top of them that just split hairs a little bit on some preferences. Young man that comes out next, he's got great eye contact and great intensity. I think for me, sometimes we just need to see a little better control over that pig, need to slow her down a little bit as she drives the ring. Young lady that comes out next, one that just kind of gets a little far away from me at times, would like to see her come to me a little more so I can always get a good look at that pig. Young man that comes out next does an excellent job keeping that pig moving. We just need to see a little better eye contact so that way he always knows where I'm at. And a young lady that rounds off our class has got a pig that we just need to slow down a little bit in terms of pace, get a little better control with the whip. Again, another good class of juniors. Give them a round of applause.
Well, we're judging our class here of 14C, age 9. We have Aubrey Allball, Jesse Burrell, Jason Fink, Everly Hester, Aubrey Laney, Wyatt Rashi, and Jude Redding. That's 7 in the class. And I can't remember if I read the last class, but I'll do it anyway just for you all. Charlie Weaver was first, Delilah Barber second, Reed Stamball third, fourth was awarded to Quinn Fogel, fifth to Alex Miller, and sixth to Taylor Smith. Reading down the program, 2, 4, 5, 6, 3, 1. And for our alumni showmanship, the whole list, here we go. Scott Zilka, Rita Becker, Madison Foster, Jill Harrison, Evan Fair, Ben Fair, Ralph Stamball, Ben Rashi, Kelly Garvick, Aaron Mongol, Jared Burrell, Jeff Farber, Brian Rashi, Bella Moscow, Kevin Lewis, and Kenny Stamball. Those are our alumni on the list. We still look like we have 5 spots to go, folks.
A really close pair at the top of this lineup, and I want to preface by saying I think it truly does come down to preference on these two and just type of showman. We've got one that's a little more laid back and a little more effortless, and just in the way they get that pig shown, it's always in the right spot, and they do it in a very calm and cool demeanor. And then we have another one that's a little faster paced. You know, that pig drives a little quicker. We've got a little more whip action. And so I think it's splitting hairs. For me, I like the cool, calm, and collectedness of the young lady with the Duroc barrel. I think it's just so effortless in the way she gets that pig where he needs to be at all times. I think she does an excellent job. The young lady with the spot gilt that's going to be second, you know, she's a little faster paced. That pig moves a little quicker, a little more whip action on that pig. I think it's really close between those two, and I think they're both excellent young showmen that'll continue to compete with each other for a long time as they get older. The young man that's going to come in third, I think one that maintains excellent eye contact. That pig's always moving. You know, she doesn't get worn out. I think there's times where he gets in behind me. I don't get as good view of him like I do the two young ladies at the top of the lineup, but a good trio there at the beginning. Young lady that comes out next, a lot of intensity. And using that whip a lot and maybe too much sometimes. Maybe sometimes we need to lay off that pig's head a little bit. That way he just drives fluidly, okay? That's where we're struggling, and that's what gets you into fourth. Young man that comes in next, I like his eye contact a bunch as well. That pig always maintains a consistent speed. I think for me, what it comes down to is I just lose him sometimes in the corners, one I'd like to be able to find more often. Young man with the Berkshire Barrow that comes out next, I just want to see a little more intensity. I want to see you use that whip a little more to get that pig going faster. And the young man that rounds off the class, I want to see you use that whip to slow down that pig a little more often. But a really good group of juniors. Give them all a round of applause. Another really good class of them.
We would like to congratulate all of our exhibitors in Class 14C. First was awarded to Everly Hester, second to Aubrey Laney, third to Jude Redding, fourth to Aubrey Arball. And we'd like to wish a happy birthday to Aubrey Arball. Fifth to Jason Jacob Fink, sixth to Wyatt Rashi, and seventh to Jesse Burrell. Into the ring at this time, we have Class 15A. This is our first class of 8-year-olds with Davis Fogel, Brooke Friedel, Caleb Nelson, Harper Rashi, and Blake Stamball.
another good class of juniors. I think these three young ladies keep their pigs out in front of me the most often and do the best job at that. And then the young lady with the solid black gilt over to my left, I think she maintains the best eye contact and ring presence, and that's why she wins this particular class. Young lady with the Duroc barrow that's going to be second, I think she maintains a little more consistent speed. I think she stays a little closer to me so I can get a good view of that hog more often. I think she does a really nice job. Young lady that's going to be third with the spot gilt, you know, she does a good job maintaining the same speed with that pig. I just find that one's a little farther away from me more often, and I'd like to see a little more eye contact. The young man that's going to come out next, you know, he was always making sure where I was at, but we were kind of stuck down there in the corner. And then the young man that's going to round off our class, again, one with good eye contact, one that the pig just moves a little too fast. I want to see him slow the barrow down a little bit more often with his whip. But again, a good class of juniors. Give them a round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate the following exhibitors from Class 15A. First was awarded to Blake Stamball, second to Harper Rashi, third to Brooke Friedel, fourth to Caleb Nelson, and fifth to Davis Fogel. We're now ready for our last class of junior showmen before moving into our champion drive. We have Ridgely Felkner, Vivian Hadfield, Whit Petrie, Caleb Vance, and Rosemary Watt entering the ring. At the conclusion of this class, we will be selecting your junior champion and reserve champion showmen.
Another good class as we get into our final group of juniors, and I think the young man with the blue masked pig is the place to land. He keeps that pig driving, keeps that pig where he needs to be, and he keeps her head up the whole time when he's out here, keeping her in the middle of the ring where I can always see her. And then I think it gets close between second and third. They kind of both got hung up there in the corner towards the end, but the young man with the red gilt there, I think we just caught more good looks of that pig. That pig was out in the middle more often where I could see her. The young lady that's going to be third, she had great eye contact the whole time. I just would kind of lose her, and she'd fall in behind me a little too often. The young man that's going to come out next with the spot gilt, I think one that the young man does a great job just in terms of staying with that pig. She wants to move a little quick, need to get a little better control of that one at times. And then the young lady that rounds off our class is one that just kind of found herself towards the end of the ring out of the rest of the group where I couldn't see her pig. But again, another good group, and I'm excited to select our champion junior showman.
Results of our Class 15B Junior Showman age 8 is as follows. Congratulations to Whit Petrie. Second to Ridgely Felkner. Third to Vivian Hadfield. Fourth to Caleb Vance. And fifth to Rosemary Watt. If you're reading down your program 2, 3, 1, 4, and 5, we are going to move into our selection of our champion and reserve champion junior swine showman. Those trophies are donated, champion showman, by Lineboro 4-H Club, and your reserve is donated by Legacy Septic. I'm looking for the following juniors to be making their way back in the ring. From Class 13A, Riley Coles. Class 13B is Chase Green. Class 13C, Connor Zolman. Those are your 10-year-olds. From your 9-year-old divisions, Class A, Charlie Weaver. Class B is Everly Hester. Class C is Blake Stamball. And out of your Class 15 is Whit Perry, your 8-year-olds. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all our junior showmen. That means our intermediates and senior showmen, champion and reserve. You need to start getting ready and together to make your way to the show ring for the selection of our grand champion 2026 showman.
Put your hands together for our junior showman. Another really good group, and I've left 3 of them out here that I think are doing an excellent job, and I've got my mind up already, and I know the second place to our champion that we're going to pick here in a minute is going to come in, and they're going to be in contention too. So I think we've got an excellent group of them out here. I won't talk too long because I don't want these pigs driving forever when they've got a show again tomorrow. But again, congratulations. Another really good group of showmen. Young man's going to be our champion. Congrats.
We would like to congratulate Lane Bernardi for winning your champion junior showman. Into the ring at this time, we're going to bring Cadence Hoy. Like I talked about, I knew the young lady we'd bring back in would be in contention for reserve because those two were so tight in class. And she comes right back out and sets herself into this group very well. I'm going to evaluate them for a second longer because I do think it's close between her and a couple of the others. I'll go out and shake the hand of your reserve champion as soon as I make up my mind. But again, congratulations on another really good group of junior showmen. So we'd like to congratulate one more time Lane Bernardi for being named your champion junior showman. And your reserve champion junior showman is Cadence Hoy. Congratulations to all of our juniors. We have our pens loaded. Our showmen are dialed in. And we are getting ready to watch the Grand Champion Swine Showmanship Drive here at the 2026 Carroll County Fair. We are at the Eddie Harrison Jr. Arena. This arena was dedicated in loving memory of Eddie Jr. and Janie Harrison. The trophy for your Grand Champion Swine Showman is being donated by Greg and Beth Hester. And the belt buckle is being donated by Mike and Melissa Foster. Your reserve grand champion has a donated trophy by Paul and Jamie Lynn Hester and family. And the cooler will be donated by Mr. Dick Weaver and his wife Lila Weaver. That means that our champions of champions, please start getting your pigs ready. We'll be ready for you shortly. In the ring at this time, your senior champion is Caden Reed. Your intermediate champion is Colby McKenzie. And our junior champion is Lane Bernardi. Put your hands together one more time for this group of great kids. We are still taking nominations for Alumni Showmanship. Jamie Hester. Brush off your show stick and your skills. Your name is on the list.
All right, put your hands together for all of our showmanship champions for doing an excellent job. You know, I think showmanship's really important, and, you know, I teach ag, and so, you know, kids, some of my students will go to jackpots on the weekend, and on Mondays I'll ask them how they did when they got back and how they did in showmanship, and they'll usually tell me they didn't do showmanship, okay? But I, for one, actually think showmanship's really important because I think it shows the competitive nature of a kid. Because if you opt out of showmanship, and I know all of you guys have to do it to complete your project here, but you can tell these three take it really seriously. And I think that shows the kind of competitors they are. I think we've got our reserves that would fit in just fine out here as well. But again, congratulate these kids, congratulate all of our showmanship competitors. They're all competitive, but I think these three take it to another level, and our reserves fit right there with them as well. But again, congratulations. I'll go pick you a Supreme Showman, and then we'll get a reserve from an excellent show today.
Into the ring comes your reserve champion, Senior Madison Myers.
We drop our reserve senior out here, and she fits right in with the rest of them. You know, she's intense, she drives that pig well, and I think it's really close, and she makes it hard, and I think she's right there for contention for reserve. I'm going to watch him drive for a second longer, let her kind of settle in and fit in this group, and then we'll select your reserve champion. Again, congratulations to all three of them out here.
And your 2026 Carroll County Fair Grand Champion Swine Showman is Caden Reed. And your reserve Grand Champion Swine Showman is Colby McKenzie. We have one more showmanship drive to do here, and that is our Champions of Champions event. We will be bringing Caden Reed back, and we will add champions from past years, including Caleb Chamberlain, Estella Gover, Kylie Medlin, and Kyle Reed. And here they come. Put your hands together. Champions of Champions.
Put your hands together for an excellent set of previous champions. You know, I think our champion from today, you know, has an unfair and advantage both negatively and positively. You know, he's already gotten into the groove. He's been in here several times, but I'm sure his pig is starting to get tired, so we'll make this quick so that way he still shows well tomorrow for him. I think all these kids do excellent. You know, as we start to get into this upper level of showmanship where all these pigs can drive them, they all behave well. You can tell there's been a lot of work put in at home. You know, it's kind of some of the little things that sort them. You know, what kind of views do they give me? Do they get themselves out of the pack sometimes? And I think that they're all doing pretty good at that. But there's one of them that kind of sticks out from just a body language perspective. And then I've seen every view of that pig coming, going, profile, three-quarter. I've gotten everything I've needed to see to evaluate that pig properly, and I think he's shown a few problems out of him as well. I'm going to go shake your hand to your champion overall, but give him all a round of applause. It's a really neat deal that you guys do to bring all your previous champions back.
Congratulations to our champion of champions, Swine Showman, Caleb Chamberlain. We do need to get our seniors market swine producers brought to ringside. If you're all wondering what it's all about, this is it. All right, folks. Whew. So, we do need to do some market swine producer. We have two classes, seniors and juniors. I'm looking for Wesley Brown, Liam Hartner, Evan Shoemaker, Alyssa Spielman, and Mason Spielman. This is kind of I announce it a couple times, and if you don't come, we move on, okay? So again, we're looking for Wesley Brown, Liam Hartner, Evan Shoemaker, Alyssa Spielman, and Mason Spielman. I have the following listed for our junior producer: Emma Harrison, Graham Hester, and Grace Shoemaker. Caleb Chamberlain, Kylie Medlin, and Estella Gover. If you can please come over and see Miss Julie Fieser here at ringside. Alumni Showmanship, here's what it's going to break down to. Heat 1 will be Scott Zilka, Rita Becker, Madison Foster, Jill Harrison, Evan Fair, Ralph Stamball, and Ben Rashi. Heat 2, Kelly Garbick, Aaron Mongold, Jared Burrell, Jeff Farver, Brian Rashi, Bella Moscow, Kevin Lewis, Kenny Stamball, and Jamie Hester. Hampstead Veterinary Clinic has nominated Dr. Megan. Get your pig. You're in the second heat, Dr. Megan. Megan Eves, you've been added to Heat 1. Megan Eves, Heat 1. Bethany Rashi, you have been added to Heat 1 of Alumni Showmanship.
As we get out here into our producers drive, I think this is a really neat program you guys offer where these kids breed them, and it's not just, you know, a bred known where we come in and evaluate the pigs. We come in and we evaluate the knowledge and why did they breed them this way. And I think these two individuals had the most information to offer just in terms of why they selected the sire to breed that sow to make the mating that resulted in these two pigs. And then we come in and we evaluate them, and we take some things into consideration that maybe they told me. The young man's Hampshire Guild will be our class winner, I think, just from a build and design standpoint, and he even offered it that maybe she's a little too moderate for him. But I think for modern show pigs, I think she's probably proper. I like her proportionality, I like her flexibility, and I like her fill and center. She still offers a maternal look, a pretty good underline there. I think he's a really nice place to land in this lineup. The young lady's Berkshire Gilt that comes out in second probably offers a bit more scale in terms of size. I like the height, the shoulder in that one. And one I like in build and design standpoint from the profile and stoutness of forearm. But like her and I talked, she maybe been struggling a little bit with an ulcer with that gilt, maybe why she's a little bit dried out in terms of her center. But I think a pair of really good ones there at the top of this particular lineup. The young man's Yorkshire Barrow that comes out next is one I really like just in terms of basic build. I like that one's proportionality. I like that one's flexibility out of his rear leg. Probably one that's just pushing a little extra cover today. You know, we're starting to see it really lay on there in his forerib and up over his blade. And then the young man's Berkshire Barrow that we round off with. One he bred at home out of his sow and his boar. I think a really productive type of a hog. A big center, a lot of muscle in that pig. That's a February 15th Barrow that weighs almost 270 pounds, which isn't something we always get in modern show pigs. So he's done a great job keeping the performance and production in those hogs. Maybe just falls out a little bit in terms of look and balance through his front end compared to the others. But a really good set of them, and again, congratulations on a really neat program you guys offer.
We'd like to congratulate our first place senior market swine producer, Liam Hartner. Second was awarded to Alyssa Spielman, third to Mason Spielman, and fourth to Evan Shoemaker. We do have 3 junior market producers. our judge is talking to right now. We have Grace Shoemaker, Graham Hester, and Emma Harrison. At the conclusion of this class, we will select your champion overall producer.
We get into our junior producers class, and I think all of these folks were really knowledgeable. I think the young man had some really specifics he wanted to offer in terms of why he bred the mother of this gilt the way he did, and then how he wants to breed her. He has plans to retain her and keep her, and I think his concerns are true. She could be a little bit wider based, could have a little more overall chest and center body, but I think a gilt that really wins this class just in terms of design, really tall shouldered. I like her neck attachment at the top of her blade, and then just her stoutness of structure as well. Big forearm, really stout and flexible hind leg. She could use a shot of power, and he knows that, but a really good place to land in this lineup. The young lady's Duroc Barrow that'll be second is one for me that a really stout, kind of productive hog, fast-growing, big-bodied, kind of a pig that needs a little more bone and a little more chest. And then the young lady's Berkshire Barrow that rounds off our class. He's the lightest weight one, but really a productive type of a pig with a big center and a lot of muscle. We just need to stretch him out a little bit. He's a little shorter and rounder in the way he's made. But a really good class, and again, congratulations on a really neat program.
We would like to congratulate your first place junior market swine producer, Graham Hester. Emma Harrison was second and Grace Shoemaker was third. Currently, our judge is evaluating our junior and our senior producer. He will be selecting one of them as your champion producer. That award was donated by the Eddie Harrison Memorial Trophy by Mike and Jill Turner and family.
Put your hands together for both of these young men and these excellent projects they've bred and raised and fed and made decisions on since last fall. I think both of these gilts are very good. I think they're totally different in terms of kind. Our Hampshire is bold-centered and big-bodied and a little shorter in terms of her design, but like I said, I like her proportionality, I like her build and angles, and I think she'll be a fun one if he takes her home and breeds her to continue to breed on and make better. The young man's Duroc, totally different. She's taller shouldered, a little longer. I really like her hip and hind leg flexibility. She is a little narrower gauged in terms of her chest and her overall base width. She's a little flatter in terms of her rib cage compared to the Hampshire. But I think both of them are very good and high quality animals. Both of these breeds were near and dear to my heart when we raised show pigs, and my sisters and I showed a bunch of them growing up. But again, I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion. But again, congratulations to these two young men. They should be excited to take both of these gilts home and breed them and continue the next generation.
Congratulations, Liam Hartner, for being awarded Champion Market Swine Producer at the 2026 Carroll County Fair. I'm now going to turn the microphone over to a junior fair board member so we can run alumni showmanship. I do believe that Caden Reed will be stepping in the ring as our judge today.
Gotta turn it on.
All right, for alumni showmanship, we are going to be running 2 heats. Our first heat will be Scott Zilka, Pastor Rodney Gross, Madison Foster, Evan Fair, Ben Fair, Jill Harrison, Ralph Stamball, Ben Rashi, Megan Eves, and Bethany Rashi. If you guys can head up to the holding pens, please.
Are you guys ready? Yeah? No? Okay.
Okay, after all of these pigs have entered, we can call our second heat up, which will be Kelly Garvick, Aaron Mongold, Jared Burrell, Jeff Farver, Brian Rashi, Bella Moscow, Kevin Lewis, Kenny Stamball, Jamie Hester, and Megan Weaver.
wait for them to get penned, and then I'm gonna pick my final.
Did you pen Evan?
No.
Why?
I know. Starting off with the first class, this young lady right here is gonna win. She gets around the ring the most and the best. And then the eye contact is always there. And then this young man's gonna be second in class.
Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome. If he could keep that pig's head up just a little bit more, he'd probably beat the first, but. Do I have to hold them off?
I mean, you probably should just keep it
How?
Just be like, you did a good job. You did a
Okay, wait. All right, you guys can start coming out. Go off with, yeah. This lady with the Burke, she did a good job getting her pig around the ring, and just a little bit more eye contact would put her up farther. This middle-aged man with the Burke did really well, a little less contact, but pretty much it's close between those two. And then I don't know what to say.
Just say the last three.
The elderly man right here with a spot, he liked to have his pig up against the fence. If he could just get him off the fence and put his head up, then maybe he'd move up, but that's it. this class comes down to two ladies. Miss Kelly's gonna have to take it away. The eye contact was there. Whenever she had her pig in front of me, she was spot on. She showed me every angle and the head was up the whole time. The eye contact was there. And then lady with this Duroc, it came close, but she kind of got behind me a couple of times. The head was up. The pig was in front of me most of the time, besides when she got behind me, and then that's it. Oh. Great second class. You get these two class winners back out here, and there's some flaws because, you know, they're old and haven't shown in a while, but what? Okay, never mind. But, oh, great, yeah, okay. That's in a second. But you guys have heard me talk about them in their class, so I'm gonna look at them a little longer and then choose your champion.
Congratulations to our champion alumni swine showman, Kelly Garvick. And reserve champion goes to Madison Foster.